Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the annual general meeting, to our general meeting of Council for the month of October. I'd like to welcome our acting CEO, Ray Burton, and apologise for CEO Mark Pitt as he's on leave. And welcome to those in the gallery and to the councillors and to Helen, who's going to be doing our IT. Call on anyone that's got any apologies or leave of absence. So I don't believe there's anyone. So I'll now call on Pastor Andrew Clausen to come forward and offer some prayers for the council meeting.
It's a privilege to be able to share with you. Allow me to read you a small portion of Psalm 1, with a little explanation of it as we pray. Blessed is the man, or blessed is the one who does not walk in step with the wicked, or stand in the way that sinners take, or sit in the company of mockers, but who delights in the law of the Lord and meditates on his way day and night. That person is like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season, and whose leaf does not wither. Whatever they do will prosper. But not so the wicked. They are like the chaff that the wind blows away. Therefore the wicked will not stand in the judgment day, nor sinners in the assembly of the righteous. For the Lord watches over the way of the righteous, but the way of the wicked leads to destruction. Blessed is the man or woman, as this psalm says. It's been said that we're living in a time of youth crime crisis. In fact, there's an election that's been built largely on that subject. But as my wife, a school teacher, says, it's not youth that are in crisis, it's the basic breakdown of the family. Largely it's broken families who have led to this, and no amount of increased incarceration or throwing money at single mothers will fix the problem. There are solutions though. Of course, good families produce the best of leaders. And yes, Psalm 2 goes on to say that a society that puts family first will produce good leaders. As it said, all boats rise on a good tide. Good family produces good leaders, and societies that are led by men and women committed to justice and fairness, incorruptible by those values that their good families have taught them. We have anxious kids. We have anxious men and women who can't even tell you why they exist. Our schooling system tells us we're modified monkeys, no greater worth than ants or zebras. However, the subordinate document of the Presbyterian Church, after the scriptures themselves, is the Westminster Confession of Faith. And it asks this question: what is the chief purpose of mankind? And the answer comes from the Bible: to glorify God and enjoy him both now and forevermore. Psalm 1 is a life which is worth living, a life that is based upon the following of God, who gives real solutions to this world's problem. In fact, most of the problems of the world would not end up in crisis if we actually heeded his word. And so the psalm points to, or the psalms as a whole, points to the ultimate leader in the person of the Lord Jesus, who's spoken about throughout the pages of these psalms, that Jesus is the one whom we can follow and know real life. The psalms end with Psalm 150. It ends with a song of worship to God, and so it ought to. We're reminded, what is the chief purpose of mankind? Well, it's not to get a bigger house by the beach, but rather to glorify the God who made us, so that we can enjoy him, enjoy our families, enjoy our societies, and to enjoy him forevermore. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you that we have a Father in heaven. Not many of us were raised by good fathers. Some of us have had that privilege. But we thank you that we have a good Father in heaven, proven by the fact that your Son Jesus taught us much about you, that you are the one that calms the anxious fears, that you're the one who loves us more deeply than we can even love our most significant others. Grant then, Lord, that we would be a society that in our families truly grows in strength of character like trees planted beside streams of water, who grow incorruptible, who grow in fairness and justice, who delight in raising strong families, and indeed produce children who will become the future leaders of this nation, a nation where all boats will float, rising on the tide of righteousness. Grant then, Heavenly Lord, that you will be with our council today, that you would give them wisdom beyond their own abilities, wisdom through the scriptures and through the social fabric that we once held as a nation, our Judeo-Christian traditions, which indeed made a great nation once. We can have that again. We pray that as we heed our Lord Jesus, this world's only hope and saviour, that we might be that nation again. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Andrew, for those beautiful words. I'd now like to call on Councillor Linda Little to do the recognition of traditional owners.
I'd like to acknowledge the country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge our elders, both past, present and emerging.
Thank you, Councillor Linda. Now we come to the declaration of interest. So I believe some of the councillors have a declaration of interest. So we've got Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I, Councillor Erkins, inform this meeting that I have prescribed conflict of interest in relation to 12.5 Community Grants Round 1 2024 grant applications. This prescribed conflict of interest arises due to providing a letter of support for applicant. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where this meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Little.
I, Councillor Little, inform the meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 12.5 Community Grants Round 1 2024 grant applications. This prescribed conflict of interest arises due to providing supporting letters for applicants. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Sanders.
I, Councillor Sander, also inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 12.5, Community Grants Round 1 2024 grant applications. This prescribed conflict of interest arises due to providing support letters for the applicants, and I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted upon. I also inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 12.6, contractual arrangements entered into over $200,000 excluding GST. This prescribed conflict of interest arises because I sit on the list of contractors with council along with my wife managing the Jockey Peterson Dam and Burndooma dams, and I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted upon.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Councillor Height.
I, Councillor Ros Height, inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 16.3, Wombo Wind Farm Infrastructure Agreement. This prescribed conflict of interest arises due to a family member, a close associate, being an employee of Cubico Sustainable Investments, which is a co-owner of Wombo Wind Farm. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Now we're moving on to deputations and petitions. So at item 6.1 on page 6, we'll now call on Noel and Carol from the Bunya Mountains Community Association Incorporated to come forward and to deliver an address to our council.
Mayor Caffey Duff and councillors, thank you for this opportunity to address you. It's important for us. I want to introduce ourselves to you. First of all, I am the president of the Bunya Mountains Community Association Incorporated. Noel Nowak is my name. And the secretary of our community association, hard-working, dedicated Carol Weeks. So we really appreciate the opportunity that we have to address you on the important issue of seeking a lease for Lot 80 in the Bunya Mountains. We appreciate the fact that you've taken interest. I wasn't able to interest in the Bunyas. I wasn't able to be present when you as a council group visited there, but I certainly heard all about it shortly afterwards. I was away in another place and couldn't be there. But your interest demonstrated to us something very important about your involvement and your willingness to find out what was happening in local areas. Well, a lot's happening. First of all, we want to thank you for the road work that's been done between Maidenwell and the Bunya Mountains. I drove on that on Sunday, and I think that it's all bitumen now. Finishing work needs to be done, but it's a great moment, and I hope we have a wonderful opening for that, because we've been hanging out for that for a long time. The Community Association was formed in 2000. The Community Association had its beginnings in 2016, and roads and roadworks were the prime object at that particular stage. So this represents a significant achievement. Now we're on about a community centre. In 2019, the Community Association was incorporated, and we've had one focus, one thing that we've wanted, a community centre. We've been working on it since that time in 2019, 5 years now. What we've done for that is identified the need, and we had a feasibility study done. This was done, and that feasibility study was professionally done, valued at over $30,000. It's a serious study, and I understand that you have it in your hands, and maybe some of you have been able to read the more than 40 pages, I think, included in that. A great deal of detailed information about the Bunyas. The community centre is needed because we have a significant group of people, community living there, approximately 45 people. And that number seems to be growing. In recent properties that have been sold, we've been thrilled to see that people have come to live in them permanently. And that's a real plus as far as we're concerned. We need this centre because we want to develop the community that's up there at the moment. And we need that place to get together for not only meetings, workshops, information sharing, recreation, we've got a book club, craft groups, artist gathering, entertainment, and emergency response is an important area as well as visiting medical and therapeutic professionals, where we've just had no place for them to come. I'm going to hand over to Carol now, who will give you a little bit more detail about this.
Thank you very much, Noel, and thank you very much to Mayor Duff and councillors. As Noel indicated, there's a critical need for an indoor meeting, recreation, education activity facility in the Bunya Mountains. The Social Events and Fundraising Subcommittee arrange several events each year to enhance social connection, engagement, decrease social isolation, to allow visiting professionals and experts to bring us new knowledge and understanding, skills and information, and for our community to share with others what's going to be an extensive local, historical, cultural, environmental knowledge and information with people who visit from within the region across the state. Occasionally, we're thrilled to see a national or an international visitor who happens to be there at the time also join us. All activities are arranged outdoors, and whilst this is great when the weather is fine, it becomes problematic and a great cause of stress for our amazing organising committee when the weather is unfavourable. There are no public buildings, such as a public hall, old church, church hall, or school existing in the Bunyas. For activities such as craft group, book club and small group meetings, we have to use private homes. An indoor facility is essential to create and support the community for the enhanced social and individual mental and physical well-being of the people who work, live and play in the area, and particularly those who care for the Bunyas, That is the local residents, community association, the Natural History Association, and the members of the Bunya Mountains Rural Fire Brigade. It's also needed to provide emergency response, evacuation support in a disaster situation, and it is immediately across the road from the fire shed, which will become the Critical Incident Support Centre in a disaster situation. For people who want more information about that, we do have a Bunya Mountains Local Disaster Management Subplan, and all of the detail about that is included in that subplan. Holiday makers, tourists who would also benefit as it can provide static tourism information, be a venue for holiday activities and recreation options, for example, indoor bowls. We certainly can't play outdoor bowls up there because we'd never see the bowls again. Movie nights, trivia nights, game nights, enable the community to host special occasions such as memorials, seasonal and or family celebrations, or a myriad of other activities, especially when it is too wet, too hot, too cold for outdoor activities. The westerly winds do cause us havoc at times up there. Available land for community purposes in the Bunya Mountains is almost non-existent, and Bunya Mountains Community Association has been searching all possible options for the past 4, now heading for 5 years. The Management Committee's dedication and determination to create a community meeting place for locals as well as visitors to the Bunya Mountains continues as we've experienced frustration on many occasions due to lack of public facilities as the community develops and the weather creates havoc with our outdoor-based activities. Lot 80 Bunya Mountains Road provides an opportunity to address this demonstrated and articulated community need, and it's well articulated in the feasibility study. The Social Events and Fundraising Subcommittee have been working tirelessly to raise much needed funds for this purpose. When the land is made available, then the Community Association can apply for infrastructure grants, organisational business sponsorship, for example, Stanwell Heritage Community Bank, partnerships, etc., to assist with the construction of the meeting place. The Community Association has held discussions with a local town planner to assist our understanding of what is required to meet the local planning scheme, and have engaged building designer Tom Newman to create a concept plan to ensure that we can fit onto that site. Tom has used the feasibility study, because that clearly articulated what the needs of the community were, to come up with a concept plan. And I have today a couple of the concept plans to share with you. I'm not sure
Madam, Carol, I'm sorry, Carol, but there's obviously a commotion. Could we just please pause the meeting until things are sorted out, because I can't hear you properly
I'm
because
so sorry.
No, it's not your fault, and I don't think we're giving you the attention that you deserve. So if we could just stop the meeting for 5 minutes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. It's just been sorted, has it? We'll just wait till the general manager comes back in. The 2 GMs are out. We just need. It would be good for them to hear what the whole team to hear what you have to deliver, because there has been a bit of commotion out the back. I'm not really sure what it is, but anyway, we'll just we'll wait till the 2 GMs come back in. So apologies. Sorry. Okay, so we're just resuming the meeting, so welcome back, and I'll hand back over to Carol.
Thank you very much. The last couple of points I was making is that the Community Association has taken the time to talk to our town planner at ONF and discussed what the requirements would be for a building to meet your codes. We've also engaged Tom Newman to develop a concept plan to have a look at would a community facility that meets the needs of the community, also meets your town planning needs, fit comfortably onto that site. And he has done that. He's developed a concept plan for us. So we're really happy with that. The management committee doesn't meet until Saturday. We will have a closer look at it then. But at the moment, that concept plan is available to look at, and we're very pleased with that. So I just wanted to then touch base on some additional benefits that could be accrued by supporting the Community Association to create such a meeting place. As we said, it could be an emergency facility in the event of a natural or a man-made disaster. We will ensure that there are, good kitchen facilities. In fact, QRA have said to us that that would be one thing that they could assist with the funding of, is the kitchen and the bathroom facilities. So we will talk further with them down the track if we proceed. A potential digital kiosk for tourism information and South Burnett promotional materials. And you will see that Tom picked that up from the feasibility study, and there's a photograph, or there's images of them on the front veranda. Conferences, exhibitions, corporate and business functions and events. Room for professional visiting services, taxation, legal, seniors. Therapy room, for example, visiting nurses, therapists. Hairdresser can provide a service locally. And just to let you know, we already do have a visiting nurse who comes when it's time for our flu jabs. But unfortunately, the flu jabs and the COVID vaccinations, those injections have to be administered in a cafe. There is nowhere else to do it. The people are coming in with their coffee while we're getting our shots. Down the track, a potential neighbourhood centre, community hub to deliver programs such as home, aged care, domestic support, disaster response, community recovery. And again, I refer back to the feasibility study, which has got all of that content, that information about explanations of need, support and future uses. So we thank you very much for taking the time to hear our request to lease Lot 80 Bunya Mountains Road for the purpose of creating a Bunya Mountains community meeting place. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Just to finish off with, we want you to know that we've worked hard to raise funds, initial funds to get us going. Over the last 5 years, we've raised over $60,000, closer to $65,000. 67. There you are. I stand corrected. I don't know what involved in hyperbole. We had a dinner. People are interested in the Bunya Mountains from the whole community in the South Burnett and also the Darling Downs. At our last dinner, we had 200 people for our fundraising dinner. A very successful event, and we'd done it previously to that as well. So we believe that this is significant, not only for our community, but also for the whole region, to celebrate the unique treasure that we have in the Bunya Mountains. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noel and Carol. It's wonderful to have such passionate community members and for representing the Bunya Mountains Community Association Incorporated. So thank you very much. So we're going to, I'm now going to move a procedural motion that we move item 12.8 forward so that we can discuss it while Noel and Carol are still in the room. Could I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Linda Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour?
This is
It's a procedural motion. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So the item 12.8, the officer's recommendation that South Burnett Regional Council support the development of a community centre at Bunya Mountains by 1, in accordance with sections 2361B2 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, dispose of a valuable non-current asset by way of entering a lease over Lot 80 on FY 2562 to the Bunya Mountains Community Association Incorporated for a term of 10 years. Number 2, in accordance with Section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, South Burnett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute a lease with the Bunya Mountains Community Association Incorporated. And number 3, establishing a partnership with the Bunya Mountains Community Association Incorporated if regional precincts and partnerships funding is secured, and provide in-kind support in accordance with Council's grants program policy. That's the officer's recommendation. Could I have someone to please move that? Councillor Potter, and seconded by Councillor Little. Any speakers? Councillor Height.
Yes, thank you for that deputation. It was very interesting, and I'm certainly supportive of a community association hall up there. The bit I'm a bit confused about is I read the whole feasibility study, and it makes interesting reading, and it says this community hall should be in Russell Park in Western Downs region, and that's lot 80 on FY 2562 would not be suitable. So all of a sudden we're now going to lot 80. So was Russell Park, that was the one the feasibility study said was ideal, and lot 80 wasn't at all suitable, and now we're talking about lot 80.
So I'm a
bit confused.
I think I can answer that, or maybe potentially Carol, but the answer is that I think Western Downs was not keen to have that happen, and they didn't progress that. So that's why they've come to our council to get some land, because I think the Western Downs was not forthcoming.
Yeah, but the report says it's not suitable, so how has it suddenly become suitable?
At this time, the land was still under the sciences.
I might just get, sorry, Carol, if you could just come up to the microphone.
No,
We're not supposed to have
No.
people.
she's not supposed to be
We're
speaking.
not supposed to do it though. This is the downside.
Okay. When we did the feasibility study now has a couple of years of age on it. But at
September last year, I think, wasn't it? That's when it's
Oh,
dated.
September. That was the final version, yes. When we were doing that, that land was still under the ownership or trusteeship of Department of Environment and Sciences. They were originally going to use that land to build accommodation for rangers. They chose then not to do that and decided then to put it back into the lot, and it became available to South Burnett to take over the trusteeship of that land. Now, it wasn't suitable at the time because it was not available, but they also made the decision that it was heavily vegetated. I can tell you now it is not heavily vegetated. The only vegetation is on the road reserve along the edge. The block itself is cleared. They were also a tad concerned about the slope. When we've talked to the town planner and Tom Newman, who is also engaging with ATC, is it? Civil? Oh, sorry, I've lost the name of the company. No.
It's probably ATC.
ATC,
Yeah,
ATC.
ACT.
Yeah,
Alan Christensen.
they will do a hydrology plan for it, and it's not that big an issue because all of the Bunya Mountains is like that. There were, and the other thing that has happened since is that originally the speed limit down that road was 100 kilometres an hour. TMR have now changed it back to 40. So it is now much safer to enter and exit those blocks. Does that help?
It does, but my concern is you've got a $30,000 feasibility study which says this site is good. Now, when you're applying for the grant and you put the feasibility study in, they're going to say, well, this is completely irrelevant because it's talking about a completely different block. So, I mean, I actually think you need to redo the feasibility study, confirming that this is the best place to put it, because I just think it makes a mockery of the feasibility study when it's talking about a completely different
So I just might have to, I need to suspend standing orders to allow the members of the public to speak, because normally after you do a deputation you're not meant to converse. So I just need to suspend standing orders. So I'd like to move that we suspend standing orders so that we can allow the public to have input in this discussion. So I move that. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Potter. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Sorry, continue.
Sorry, I was just going to say that it was Western Downs who requested the feasibility study when we asked for access to part of Russell Park. Russell Park is 1,000 acres. It's under a dogged arrangement, but it's not the usual arrangement. It was quite complicated when we had a look at the legal arrangements around that Russell Park. We felt, and we had, a site worked through. We tried to work through with them. In the end, they were not interested in assisting us. So I agree that the feasibility study now needs either an addendum or to be rewritten. We do know that it will cost an arm and a leg to have a professional to fully rewrite it. So whether we can get some sort of addendum to that, I don't know. We'd need to look at that. But I agree with you, it can be confusing. And
I just think you won't get any grant funding with a feasibility study that's recommending a completely different spot than where you want to build it, especially when the feasibility study says that block is not suitable for size and something it said, size and access, I think it said.
Yeah, well, the size, the access we've certainly sorted now. It's a different arrangement. And that's what I mean. A lot of things have happened in that short period of time.
Councillor Erkins.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive of this, and I think it would be really a shame if we lost such a progressive and great group to the Western Downs. So it would be great. I mean, I know that I was part of the council when we voted to take that block on, and it's great to see that it's going to be put to such a good use for the community up there. So I'm fully supportive. I understand what Councillor Height's saying. If you were to get an addendum to go to that, would probably be the cheapest, explaining, the reasons. It sounds quite feasible to me, and I'm fully supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any other speakers? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, personally, I think this is fantastic, and it's a long time coming for something like this up at the Bunyies, because we've never had anything like this up there. And wouldn't it be fantastic, even as a council, to go and have a council meeting up at the new building when it's done? Because I just think that space is so magical. We've got a special place here in the South Burnett, and that's the Bunny Mountains, and I think we should all be able to enjoy it, and this is a way where we can.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other discussion? Councillor Little.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, of course, I'm 100% supportive of this idea, not just because it's in Division 2, but I also know how hard these guys work and the commitment that they put into the Bunya Mountains, and making sure that everybody has a wonderful lifestyle up there. They bring lots of events into town as well. So, yeah, 100% have my support on this.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Any other discussion? Are we ready to vote? So I need a motion to resume standing orders. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Little. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we're ready to vote on the officer's recommendation as presented. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, Noel and Carol, for your input. And so you're free to stay on and listen to the rest of the meeting, or and join us for morning tea later, or free to leave the chamber when suits. But thank you. Thanks, Noel and Carol. So now we're moving back to the item that is 7.1, which is the minutes of the Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee meeting held on the 17th of September 2024 on page 7. So the officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee meeting held on the 17th of September 2024 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Someone to move that. Councillor Height. Someone to second that. Councillor Potter. Any discussion?
I'm happy to
Councillor
speak to
Height.
that if you would like to. So the Audit and Risk Committee, there's actually two lots of meetings because we had one on the 17th of September and one on the 3rd of October. We don't usually have a meeting quite that often, but it's to do with receiving the draft financial statements and endorsing the signing by the authorised officers. And then the finances are then sent down to KPMG and the Queensland Audit Office. They do their external audit. The external audit was completed and once finalised is expected to provide an unmodified report, and we have to do that before they can then be included in the annual report. So everything's got to be done in due process. So the audited financial statements, I think, now are in the annual report. And I would also like to add that the Queensland Audit Officer and KPMG were very complimentary of our finance staff, how they presented really good reports, very transparent and clear and easy to work with, and how pleasant the staff were to work with. So I would like to commend our finance staff for presenting the finances to the auditors. And in any organisation, you're always happy if your auditors are happy. So thank you to our finance staff.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Any further discussion or questions? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to the item 7.2 on page 15, the minutes of the council meeting held on the 18th of September 2024. The officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 18th of September 2024 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Someone to move that. Councillor Dineen. Someone to second that. Councillor Height. Any questions? Discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 7.3 on page 46. So that's the minutes of the Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee meeting held on the 3rd of October 2024. And the officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee meeting held on the 3rd of October 2024 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Someone to move that. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any questions, discussion? Councillor Height.
I think I've probably said enough, but basically that is receiving and endorsing signing by the authorised officers of the audited financial statements 23-24.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Any other discussions? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So there's item number 8. There's no notices of motion. So we're moving on to the councillor divisional updates at item number 9, page 53. So now I'm going to go first, and I think Christy is going to video the presentations.
I think excuse me, Madam Mayor, I think Christy's just doing some finalisation for the meeting.
So we'll move a procedural motion that we move to item 10.1 on page 54, the business outstanding table. Someone to second that. Councillor Potter. So item 10.1 on page 54, business outstanding. The officer's recommendation is that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. Someone to move that. Councillor Height, second Councillor Potter. Any discussion on the business outstanding? No one has any discussion on it. So ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So we're moving back to item 9 on page 53, the Divisional Council updates. Good morning, everyone. I am excited to provide a report for our community after the first 6 months of our new term. I am overwhelmed by the support I have received from the community, the councillors, the CEO and our council team since I was elected as your mayor. We have hit the ground running with a back to basics focus and everyone working together for the betterment of our whole region. As a team, we have reinstated a divisional model, and in keeping with this philosophy, the Works for Queensland funds have been divided fairly across all council divisions. This was to give every councillor an opportunity to do something extra for the people who voted them in. We have had an increased focus on potholes and maintenance, and as a team through the budget process have introduced one of the largest reseal programs in council's history. In keeping with the back to basics focus, we have instigated improvements to council's phone system to allow redirection of calls to local area offices. The team has also established a red and green tape reduction working group to find efficiencies and streamline processes. Water quality has been high on the agenda, and from the start of the term, we have been advocating and finding ways to improve the water quality. Air scouring of the Kingaroy water is the start of the plan, and that will be happening very shortly. With economic development and tourism, this council has ensured that those who have skin in the game have been supported, and we have created an industry and community-driven model with the Burnett Inland Economic Development Organisation, BIEDO, driving our economic development arm, and Visit South Burnett being supported and funded by council to drive tourism for our region. Council has a housing action plan, and partnering with regional housing have delivered two bedroom units with more in the pipeline. We have also had a forum to address youth crime, looking at the gaps and how we as a community can fill them to help our villages raise our children in a safe and happy environment. More doctors is also high on our agenda, and our council have produced videos specifically targeted at enticing GPs to our region. We are also working alongside large stakeholders such as Stanwell, the new hospital developers and Cherbourg Aboriginal Council to apply for a university hub for our region where we can grow and train our own nurses, potentially doctors, and support students in every field to study locally. Our council is also very focused on growing our own workforce, including where possible, having locals working locally and reducing the need for outside consultants. We are in the process of a restructure of the organisation with this focus. Finally, rates is a big issue for our region, and this council kept our rates to 2%, but we are still looking for efficiencies. We are advocating for a bigger share of the state and federal government pie, and with the upcoming elections, we have produced an advocacy document and will be holding the government to account to ensure that our region does not miss out on any funding opportunities. In closing, it is wonderful to be part of this new team and this new term. I am incredibly grateful for the support of my fellow councillors, the CEO, senior staff and our whole council workforce. I am honoured and humbled to continue to serve this beautiful region as your mayor. I'm just going to hand now to Councillor Jane Erkins to deliver the update for Division 1.
Sorry. Thank you. I know that my fellow councillors are going to fill you in on the events that we have been to across the region and the organisations that we have supported in fundraising. But what I'd like to actually talk about today is the weir in Nanango. So council have extended the trial period while tenures on the ground is sorted out, and council is also working on establishing the boundaries of the weir to know exactly where we are out there. The area is a natural habitat for wildlife with lungfish, platypus and the Mary River cod out there, which is pretty exciting. And we have organised a meeting with some of the members of council and the fishing group to establish just exactly what the rules are, because a lot of those fish are just catch and release. We also have some volunteers coming forward, and they'll be working out there making sure that the rules are kept, and they will report any issues to council. The other thing that I've been working on is Ringsfield, and I'm really very excited about that, with over 10 volunteers at this stage come forward. We're hoping to be opening the house on the first weekend in November, and I've just had notification we have a number of bookings for Devonshire tea on that weekend. We're going to have the art gallery. The side veranda will be an art gallery. Devonshire teas on the verandas, and the house will be open for inspection. I'd really like to thank the staff for assisting with getting this open, because we've been talking about it and moving around it for some time, but we really are looking at now moving forward. The volunteers are very keen. We've made a lot of headway, and as I said, with the assistance of staff, we will be opening the first weekend in November. The house will be open for viewing, Devonshire teas, and the art gallery will be going. So I think that's about all that I've got to report on for my division, and I hope you'll enjoy listening to my fellow councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Now moving on to Councillor Little, the Divisional Councillor for Division 2. And just so for those on not in the gallery, just to let everyone know that we're pinking up today particularly, and that Councillor Little has blonde hair normally, but she's got pink streaks through it. So thank you, Councillor Little.
You're welcome. Okay, thank you all. Today I would like to talk about the good and not so good things happening around the Division 2 area, and update you on what is happening within our community. It was a blessing to get some rain and see how this has benefited our parks and gardens and refreshed the region. It was perfect timing for our farmers who had recently started their burning program. Already you can see a big difference around the region with the paddocks greening up very nicely. I have received some positive feedback on the roadworks around Division 2, with a number of calls from residents about Williams Road at Banarkin. They are very pleased and have asked me to pass on their thanks to the road crews. The Bunya Mountains Road is amazing, and the community are very pleased with the progress. And I haven't been up there for a few weeks, so I'm looking forward to getting back up to the Bunyas again and having a look at the progress there. Another really exciting development is the recent sighting of greater gliders in the Blackbutt Crumpton Drive area. This is a very unusual thing, as there has not ever been a recorded sighting of the greater gliders in the Blackbutt area. So our environmental members of the community are extremely pleased and happy to know that the greater gliders that are endangered are starting to move their way into our region. Now to the not so good. Unfortunately, I have been receiving a lot of complaints about the bat situation in Blackbutt. I just want to assure everybody that I do take your concerns seriously, and I have, along with other members of council, been trying really hard to find out what we can do about this situation for you. We want to be able to help you through it. I have a meeting on Friday in Blackbutt with some bat experts and council teams to see what we can do and how we can assist you with this bats at the moment. I know that we've had more bats come into the area. They are migratory and they won't be around forever, but I completely understand how upsetting it is and how noisy and smelly it is for you at the moment. Recently, there was some land clearing that took place in Blackbutt, and this has certainly exacerbated the whole situation. If those trees had not been removed, then the bats would not be hanging around the houses like they are at the moment, and along the creek beds. Chesterley Street is particularly impacted by the recent land clearing. So I just want to reassure you all that we are trying hard to find a solution for you. Once we've had some more discussions, we'll try to organise a community meeting and talk to those that are most impacted by the bat situation. This time of year is really exciting, with lots of community groups organising Christmas festivals and with lots of planning underway. Again, the Blackbutt Lions will be hosting the free over 60s lunch on November 26th at the Blackbutt Memorial Hall, and they will also be putting on their free community Christmas festival that will be held at the Blackbutt Showgrounds on Friday the 6th of December. So posters and more information will start circulating on Facebook very shortly for that. We also do the Loads of Love appeal. Currently we have some, oh my goodness, the words escaped me. We have put a big box in the Spar supermarket for anybody that would like to donate dry goods and non-perishables into that, so we can start collecting. It has grown over the years that we've been doing this Loads of Love. Last year we supported 38 families just in our local community with Christmas hampers. So I just request that anyone that can donate something, please do so. The two local schools, Blackbutt and Benarkan, are also accepting donations on our behalf, and any member of the community is welcome to drop something in there. So our hardworking and committed members of the Bunya Mountains Community Organisation are hosting an Art of the Forest experience and exhibition on the 23rd and 24th of November. You can find out more information about that and the workshops that they are providing on their Facebook page. Last but not least, the Brisbane Valley Heritage Trail Association are hosting an expo at ESC on the 26th of October. This is their first ever expo, showcasing the heritage of our region and our neighbouring council divisions as well. So this is, as I say, it's their first attempt, and they are hopeful that it will be a resounding success, and that in 2025, the South Burnett can host one of their expos. Mary Green has been working on developing a brochure that details the trail of small schools throughout the region, and this is just about ready for printing and should be available at the expo. As always, please don't hesitate to contact me via phone, email or social media if I can be of assistance at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Potter, Deputy Mayor.
Well, we're here again. Another month has gone and so much has happened in this last month. So many meetings we've done, as everyone has mentioned so far. But I think a few things I'd like to mention in particular was the National Police Remembrance Service. That was really quite moving. And we've also recently had the South Bennett Relay for Life and the candlelight ceremony there. So the Relay for Life really does an amazing thing for our community, raising funds for people that have cancer, that if they need to go to different places and stay when they're having their treatment. So that is a really worthy cause, along with pinking up South Bennett. So far in our bank account, it's over $6,000. But after the function that Councillor Erkins and Mayor Duff attended on Sunday, I believe that's another $6,000. So, and I only put $10,000 in as our goal. So I think I might have to up our goal for this month for pinking up South Bennett. But look, along with everything else that we've done, I just want to say we've got so many meetings that we have with the community with regards to mental health, roads, environment, waste management, drainage. But please feel free to come forward and have meetings with us because this is what we're here for. We're here to talk to you and the issues that you guys are having. Just a couple of upcoming things I'd like to mention. Is that the South Bennett Young Professionals and the South Bennett Grads are having a meet and greet on Thursday, the 24th of October at the Commercial Hotel. Now, this is where the young people, young professionals from our community, the police, the teachers, the lawyers, the nurses, the doctors, the beekeepers, anyone who's new to our area, please come along because this is where you get to meet other people and you get to build those connections so you actually feel like you're part of a community. It's really important that you come along and attend. Who doesn't like to go to the pub in an afternoon after work and just have a drink and relax with other people? There will be platters provided, so please just come along and have a drink and a nibble and meet new friends that you don't know yet. The Kingaroy QCWA is having their breast cancer fundraiser on Friday morning, the 25th of October at the QCWA rooms. And they do a mean scone, so please pop on down there because that's a really worthwhile fundraiser for the QCWA. Reclaim the Night, so that is on Thursday the 31st of October. It starts here at the Kingaroy Town Hall forecourt because apart from Breast Cancer Month, this month and a lot of other months it is, so it's also the Sexual Awareness Month. So please come on down and support everyone in that space as well. Just a reminder to everyone that the Youth Council applications are open until the end of October. So please, if you know of any youth between 14 and 24, get them to put their names down. This is a really worthwhile cause and we plan on working with the Youth Council more closely so we can get more information from the Youth Council with what the youth actually want and need within our community. And that's really important for our youth today. And don't forget, Australia Day applications are now open. So we all know those amazing people within our own communities. So don't forget to put those applications in for everyone that you know that really deserves it. Look, Kingaroy Memorial Park is looking amazing. We are waiting on some of the equipment within that park area. So once that's up and running, we will certainly let you know, and I'm sure the community will know once that fencing comes down, which even I'm looking forward to. Because as you all know, I'm pretty good at basketball, apparently. Who knew? So I just want to end on one little note, and I just want to say, please be kind to each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter. Well said. Councillor Deneen.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to chat again. We kind of enjoy this, but not really when we get videoed. It's not that much fun. I wanted to talk about quite a few things. The the way the organisation comes together and the planning that we do, the joint planning between councillors and staff, and that ends up giving our region so much more. You know, we desperately need trunk infrastructure, and we are knocking on doors and working out how we can get the money for that to help develop going forward, because we have developers really wanting to start their projects, and we just have very old infrastructure which needs upgrading, and it's an awful lot of money, so we're trying to get that from other levels of government. I love the red tape reduction, but I'm really not sure how we're going to do it. We're going to work really hard on that, because nobody likes paperwork all that much, especially our staff that seem to do nothing but paperwork, so thank you. Talking about staff, it is wonderful to work with them, and things like the feedback we get with the questions we ask. Tesmans Road footpath is going to be continued in this financial year up to Cowie Drive, which will be great, because that's not an easy project. It's quite a bit of work in that project. When people ask us about their roads, and which is always a big topic, our staff always get back to us with what's happening, what the plans are, where it fits in the schedule. So, as other councillors have said, please contact us when you're concerned about things. And we can talk to staff, we can tell you when it's planned, and we can put your concerns forward. I had some really interesting things that we've been to. I love the big map that the Red Earth Foundation had in a couple of different places, where you can actually walk on the ground and see where the South Burnett sits, where the floodways come, and it's great for disaster preparedness, because I think that's the main reason that they have got this. So the Red Earth have now that map in their possession, and that will be great for our planning going forward. Another interesting thing that Baido put on the International Women's Day yesterday, and I think it had most of us in tears, some of the stories of some of the incredible strong women we have in the region, and the tough times they have, and how they just keep going. And that's the sort of thing that happens everywhere in our regions. Country people, I believe, just seem to have that little bit more resilience, the word that we're not supposed to use anymore, but toughness. We've had some interesting things, and when I think of resilience, I think of my mum, and I cruised past with her in the car, the Vintage Machinery Club day, which I'd been to in the morning, but I wanted to take Mum past it. And as we went past, she talked about the type of tractor she used on the farm her parents used when she was young, and Mum's nearly 90. One of them came round the corner, the same type of tractor. It was just perfect. I think they did it for us. I was so grateful. I did also get to open the Jumping Ant Arts Group exhibition at the Kingaroy Art Gallery, which is, as always, we're not just resilient, we're amazingly talented in this region, and you see that all the time, the things that we do. We went to the small halls in Inverlour, local, I think even our visiting artists from as far afield as Canada were quite surprised, although we aren't, about how wonderful our local talent is. So it was a great night. We have had many discussions, youth crime, not to one of them. It's always a concern. Our society has changed a lot, and we're very grateful in this region and very lucky to have organisations like CTC and Uniting Care that are there at the forefront, looking after children who might have gone astray for a whole different lot of reasons. And where we are, as council, also supporting those groups and helping them plan for better outcomes for the young people in the region. And I just wanted to say also, Seniors Week, if anyone doesn't know about it, 22nd, 9 to 11, I think, in the reception room at the Town Hall, which is going to be lovely. There's entertainment, there's food, so come down and enjoy that with other people. And this weekend, we have the Wando races, which of course we love going to. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Councillor Sander, are you ready to give an update for Division 5?
This month I've been very busy meeting with people of Division 5 and their concerns. Whether it be road problems, drainage problems, planning problems, dog problems, or overgrown allotments or waste issues. In last month's meeting, we got it adopted that we take the opportunity to reduce some bumps and take the time, extra time to prepare our roads for the betterment of the reseal program. Everyone should see a difference in the coming months as a result of this action. I would like to congratulate the Cherbourg Shire Council on celebrating 20 years of the Cherbourg Ration Shed, and there are a lot of people there from far and wide for the day of that celebration. On the 9th of October, we attended the annual Tableland Hall fundraiser with the help of the Mergen Rotary Club. That same afternoon, we received around 130 millimetres of rain in some areas around the South Burnett region. It was great to catch up with everyone at the Tableland Hall and help raise funds to assist in expenses throughout the year for the hall. It was hard to hear the speakers of the evening, but no one complained due to the heavy rain on the roof. Most roads in the Monjoy area have now been graded, and we're receiving good comments from residents, some on Call Road that said it's the best the road's been graded in 20 years. These are pleasing comments coming back to Council. I'd like to thank the staff and the general managers and managers for assisting in that outcome. Dip Road Causeway is now complete with the residents in that area and the stock feed trucks that frequently use Dip Road. So that was a betterment project put through by the South Burnett Regional Council. I believe it was in excess of $1 million upgrade to that causeway. I'm also pleased to report that the stormwater pit on Gessler's Road has been installed, and after inspection from the rain the other day, there was no water laying on the road anymore, or breeding mosquitoes in that area, so the business owners and the users of Gessler's Road are very thankful to Council for that instalment. That's been a problem in that area for over 20 years, so I'd like to congratulate the managers and general managers and staff that carried out that as well. Next weekend, on the 26th of October, there is an open day at the Jockey Peterson Dam put on by Sunwater. If you want to learn about the dam or what it was built for, its intentions and how it come about and how it operates and where it supplies water to, I urge anyone to catch the free buses from Mergen and Cherbourg. And it starts at 10 a.m. through to 2 p.m. on the 26th of October in the day use area at the Jockey Peterson Dam. Thank you for the residents of Division 5 for raising your concerns with me over the last month, and I'll endeavour to continue to support your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. I'll ask Councillor Height now to come and talk to us about what's happening in Division 6.
Good morning and welcome to a quick update of Division 6. So always lots happening in Division 6, and of course you always leave the best for last. Is that how it works with the divisions? Okay, firstly the Wandai Spring Garden Festival. The Wandai Garden Expo do a fantastic work, and they have a spring and an autumn festival which brings a heap of people, and they go almost all the way around the sports ground there. I thought it was the largest crowd. But unfortunately, lunchtime Saturday, they got a shower of rain, but I think people had bought their plants and went home to plant them in the rain, so congratulations to them. I'm chair of the local radio, the Crow, Community Radio of Wandai, and we're very pleased to welcome our new general manager, Rowena Irvin, who's settled in well and going well, so pleased with that. Wandai Art Gallery once a year has the acquisitive art competition. This year we had over 250 works of art, and special congratulations to Barbara Stewart, who was the overall winner. But it was a fantastic opening night, and one of the sections was fantastic or fabulous fakes, I forget which, where people copied, Picasso's and things like that. So there was some amazing work there So I do recommend you go and look at that. And our opening night, we had over 150 people, and I think it was $8,000 in prize money. So that was a fantastic night. Working with the One Day Men's Shed, who are a fairly new group, who at this stage are chasing a location. So we're hoping to find them a location. They're going well. About 2 weekends ago, the Gordon Brook hosted the state championships for the mountain bikes. Going back a few years, the South Burnett mountain bikes were looking to find a location, and the quarry at Gordon Brook Dam was a great location. They applied for grants, which they were successful, but the dedicated team of volunteers there have done so much work creating these trails where crazy people ride over huge rocks on their push bikes and hopefully remain in one piece at the bottom. But it was great to be offered the state championships, and they had 100 riders the first day and 150 the second day, and they were very pleased with it, and it's possibly going to be a round of the national championships next year. So congratulations to that team. I think we all know October's the Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Pinking Up the South Burnett, Pinking Up Wondai, Relay for Life, Ride for Relay, all raising funds for a great cause. So well done to them. Iron Pot had the Festival of Small Halls. The Festival of Small Halls goes round the state with different musicians, and it was a very enjoyable night out at Iron Pot and an opportunity for that hall to raise funds. Yesterday we also had the AGM of Boondooma Homestead, so Councillor Heath and I went out there with Leanne, the General Manager, Acting General Manager, and came back via Tingura Chelmsford Road, so it's good to see that road, which has been widened and upgraded. In Division 6, we have an awful lot of single lane roads, and of course, as more people move in, it needs to be double lane, and of course, it gets awfully expensive. So it was pleasing to see that road gradually getting widened. Last week, we did a bit of a councillor bus trip to part of Division 6 where the wind farms are being built, particularly to see the impact on our local roads. I think the comment was made that for every wind turbine, you actually need 100 trucks of sand, and of course that does tend to damage our road infrastructure. So a few challenges there. As a few people have mentioned, good rains in some parts of our region. And then in closing, I will have to mention back roads. It was quite a coup to get back roads to our region. Great advertisement, and the Rail Trails Australia said that was the best promotion of regional rail trails. And on the back of that, I'm working with two groups, a commercial operator and also Bicycle Queensland, bringing potentially over 200 bike riders up for a 3-day bike riding expedition for 3 days next week, and looking at accommodation and catering for them. So I love that our rail trail, it brings visitors to our region to support our local businesses. Thank you. That was my quick summary of Division 6.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. And yes, the back roads was an amazing showcase of our region, and congratulations to you, Councillor Hyde, and because you were part of a star of the program, and yeah, lots of other locals, including our General Manager Aaron was in the background on a bike. So yes, it was certainly a great advertisement for our region. So thank you for your contribution, Councillor Hyde and GM Aaron. So now we're moving on to item 11.1 on page 69, the adoption of Council's annual report 2023-2024. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council adopt the South Burnett Regional Council 23-24 annual report for the period the 1st of July 23 to the 30th of June 2024. Could I have someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Just wanted to say there's been a lot of work that goes into the annual report. The staff put a lot of time and effort into it, and I know that Kerry has done, our acting General Manager of Finance has put a lot of effort into getting those financials and everything, audits and different things to go into that report. So thank you to, particularly to our acting GM Kerry and to all of the staff who have put so much hard work into the annual report. It is a report card for our last 12 months and hopefully the community will take some time to have a look at it. Councillor Little?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wondering if the minor formatting adjustments had been finalised on that financial report.
Kerry, did you have the answer to that question?
Yes, through the Mayor. Yes, so we received the signed financial statement version this morning and it has gone through to the exec team who are diligently putting that update into the annual report as we speak. So yes, all of that will be done and finalised.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
I think that our acting CEO, did you want to say something?
Lady Mayor, only to the point that the councillors were furnished a copy of the annual report draft, excluding the financials, last week, and in recent days has received the draft of the financials, and we're very pleased to be advised today that the QAO have now signed off on that. So it's certainly in order for the council to formally adopt the annual report, which includes the financials.
Thank you, Acting CEO Ray. So we've had a mover and a seconder. Are we ready to vote on the annual report? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Moving on to item 11.2, Regional University Study Hubs Program on page 71. The officer's recommendation is that Council agree to and commit to fund any net operational expenditure shortfall of the CUC South Burnett and Cherbourg Limited Regional University Study Hub based in the South Burnett, once operational for a period of 3 years, subject to the grant application to the Commonwealth being successful and noting opportunities for third-party sponsorship contributions toward operational costs. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? So we've added the words based in the South Burnett after University Study Hub, which was, do we need to move that as an amendment or is that just, no, that's fine. So any discussion? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, this is something that is very close to my heart and I really hope that all the councillors will vote for this. But, you know, this not only helps our students and our future generations, it helps, you know, it helps us, it helps the young mums out there, the young dads out there that are trying to study while they're looking after their children. This gives them a place they can go that is quiet, that is peaceful. And it's not only that, they've got the help and support there that they need to actually keep furthering. You hear so many stories of kids pulling out of university or kids pulling out of external studies or people pulling out of external studies because they don't have the support they're needed to keep them going and the people to help to rally behind them and give them that encouragement to keep going. So this is something I truly believe in and I think that it will do wonders for our community if we're able to get the grant. And I just let it be known that we've already had 2 people come through for financial support and one of those is Powerlink and I'm very, very grateful to Powerlink for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other comments, questions, discussion? Are we ready to vote? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 12.1, monthly financial information on page 83. The officer's recommendation is that the monthly financial report, including capital works and works of Queensland, as at 30th of September 2024 be received and noted. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Acting GM Kerry, did you want to give us a little update on where that's at?
Yes, sure. Through you, Madam Mayor. Council's cash and cash equivalents at the end of September amounted to 67.7 million, while outstanding rates payable are sitting above target at 9.29%. This percentage is lower than September 23 and September 24. With regards to other debtors, annual animal registrations have been sent out during September and are due on the 27th of October. Finance have worked with managers to finalise the first quarter budget, which is in today's council meeting for adoption. The financial statements for the 23-24 year have also been signed off by the Queensland Audit Office and have been included in the annual report, which we have also adopted just before. I'd like to say a big thank you to the finance and executive teams for all of their hard work during the last month in order to have the annual report and financial statements finalised. Now present the September monthly financials to the Chamber for their information.
Thank you, Acting GM Kerry. Any questions? Councillor Sander.
On page 96, down the bottom, it's got capital expense and the income for fleet and then land at $1. Can we have an update on what the land for $1 would be?
Through the Mayor, I can have a look and send that information out to councillors. I just can't remember which parcel of land that was that we sold for that $1.
So we'll take that as a question on notice. Are you happy with that response, Councillor Sander, that it comes back with a response to the next?
Just trying to clarify what it was for.
Thank you. Would that, Acting CEO, will that come back to the next general meeting? Thank you. Any other questions? If not, we're ready to vote. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item...
Excuse me. Sorry to chip in, Madam Mayor, but Anne's here and then we've got the continuing.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. I thought we went till 10:30 and then we adjourned, but does the meeting want to adjourn now? Okay. So I'll ask I'll move that we adjourn the meeting because we have got the picking up morning tea and we also have our bursary recipient in the gallery. So I'll move that we close the meeting, adjourn the meeting for morning tea. Someone second that. Councillor Hoyt, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So welcome to So welcome back, everyone. Like someone to move a motion that we reconvene the meeting. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Moving on to item 12.2. Councillor Height moved that one and seconded by Councillor Potter. So we're moving on to item 12.2, the first quarter review, including continued capital projects on page 134. The officer's recommendation is that in accordance with section 170 in brackets 3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the revised 24-25 operational budget be adopted, and that in accordance with section 173 in brackets of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the revised 24-25 capital budget, including continued projects from 23-24, be adopted. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Dineen, seconded by Councillor Potter. Discussion. Acting General Manager Carey, did you want to update us on that particular item?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So just to give a little bit of a summary, so with regards to the income statement, overall for the first quarter, the net operating deficit has increased by about 176,000, taking it from 3.59 million at the original budget to 3.77 million. A majority of that increase has been around our decision to start having a look at our LGIP review. So that's roughly around 125,000. Between now and the second quarter, we will start looking at how we can try and recoup some of these increases in the deficit. So then that way we can try and get back closer to that original budget. With the capital expenditure program there, you'll see it's increased from 39.8 million up to around 54.5. Now, out of that, we've got two lots of adjustments. So one lot of adjustment is around what we call our continued projects. So those ones are projects that were continued from the 23-24 year that are still ongoing. So that was roughly around 9.5 million. The first quarter adjustments that were added onto that was a movement of 5.1 million. A majority of that first quarter increase stems from funding that we received under the Regional Economic Futures Fund to progress the Gordon Brook Off-Stream Storage Water Project, which is definitely a good win. Other than that, it'll just be if anyone's got any questions around anything else there. Thanks.
So that LGIP, Kerry, was actually, we can't get around that. We're obliged to spend that money and actually do that plan. Any questions to Acting General Manager Kerry? Thank you for the work that you've done to pull this all together. So we'll just, we've had it moved and seconded, so we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to the next item, which is item 12.3 on page 146. The officer's recommendation, this is the Queensland Audit Office, that subject to section 213 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, South Bennett Regional Council receives the 24 closing management report from the Auditor General detailing the observation report of South Bennett Regional Council's financial statements as presented for consideration. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Height. Someone to second that? Councillor Little. Councillor Height.
Yeah, just good news. Expected an unmodified opinion on our accounts, which is always good. And so congratulations to our finance team on achieving that.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Just so for the benefit of the councillors, we have a team that that meet. Some of them are online. They come from right across Queensland, I think Australia. There's some of the board members, and they are very passionate about making sure that we get everything right. And it's good to work with them, and because they have such a broad range of experience dealing with auditing. So it's an external audit committee. So thank you, Councillor Height, for Councillor Height chairs those meetings, and it's very interesting to hear this, to understand what actually goes on with the audits. They're very comprehensive, very, very detailed, and can be, they can be actually riveting meetings. I actually am starting to enjoy them because you really do drill down and understand the whole workings of our council financial structure. So they are useful, and councillors are welcome to sit in on those audit committee meetings, and I believe that Councillor Deneen did sit in on the last one. So ready to vote? Any questions? Oh, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I did ask this question the last time we had a review of this. The internal control deficiencies and the financial reporting issues that keep coming up, has there been any progress on addressing those issues?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. The auditors have signed off all of those deficiencies. So all of the ones that we had outstanding are all now resolved. So we don't have any outstanding ones as at this report.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 12.4 on page 163. So this one is the South Bennett Regional Council Annual Operational Plan, first quarter review. The officer's recommendation is that in accordance with S174 in brackets 3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council received the assessment of the progress towards implementing the South Bennett Regional Council Operational Plan 24-25. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Councillor Height.
So just OPE 15, which is on page 172, one of the activities there is to engage key stakeholders to develop and implement energy efficient initiatives to reduce council's energy and carbon footprint, and it's been recommended that this is removed. And I'm just not sure, we like efficiency, so I'm not quite sure if that should be removed.
Sorry, what page was that on?
172.
172.
172. It's in bright red. Actually, on further reading, I think it's been moved up to number 13. I was thinking that meant postponed, but it's actually been included in another one.
Okay.
So I'm happy to delete my question because I've now understood it better what they meant.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Height.
So you don't.
Any other questions? Any other comments? Everyone happy to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we're moving on to item 12.5. So that's the one where some of the councillors will need to leave the room. So that would be Councillor Sander, Councillor Little, and just for the benefit of the those listening online, Councillor Erkins has she's attending a funeral, so she's not in the chamber. So this is on item 12.5 on page 200. So the officer's recommendation is that the report on approved application for the Community Grants Program Round 2024, Round 1 2024, as listed in the body of this report, be adopted. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Height, someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Councillor Height.
Just for the benefit of the public and these community groups, we had a very robust discussion in the meeting we had probably a week ago, I think, going through each of these with a fairly fine tooth comb and assessing whether this was overall a good spend of ratepayers' money. I mean, we'd all love to spend lots of money with our community groups, but we have to balance the benefit to that group and the fact that it is costing all our ratepayers, and is this the best use of ratepayers' funds? So I think we've approved, I don't know what percentage is, probably about 50% roughly, of some we've not approved at all and some we've reduced the amount. But we do have a good discussion and we try and be very equitable across the region and the different groups. And we're very pleased that we are able to support so many of these community groups, and we look forward to seeing the results of these, particularly with small groups when they've got a new fridge and things and they're able to then run events. So no, happy to support this, and I think we did a very good discussion and on coming to the conclusion as to which should be funded and which shouldn't.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Yes, I 100% agree. And I also love that we support the communities who are particularly supporting our assets. They're looking after our assets. So any other discussion? Ready to vote? Put to vote all those in favour. Against? Carried unanimously. So we need to ask Councillor Councillor Little would come back, but then Councillor Sander needs to stay out for the next item. So we can have Councillor Sander back in for this one because we've finished that particular one and we've got two motions, related motions. I'll hand over to Acting CEO to explain.
Councillors, there were two related matters to the council community grants policy that were to be considered as part of this this item, and I understand that a councillor is going to move a motion in respect to this. Councillor Potter.
So, yes, I'm happy to move it. I think that Councillor Erkins was going to move this motion, but she's
actually,
in her absence.
Councillor Potter.
Councillor Potter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually would like to move this one, if that's all right, because I think this is quite important. Is that the motion in front of us now? Okay. Yep. Okay, so I'd like to move that the councillor allocation fund for the mayor be increased for the 24-25 financial year be increased to $6,000.
So could I have a seconder to that motion? Councillor Little. Any discussion? So
I just make a comment on that, if you'd like me to.
Yes, Councillor Hyde.
The mayor, you know, we all have our divisions and the mayor is the overarching, and we all know that Kathy does tend to be very generous to community groups because she does have her heart in community. And in previous years, the mayor has always had a larger allocation of discretionary funds, and I think it's only fair that Mayor Duff had the larger allocation. And I'm not quite sure where that extra $3,000 is coming from.
We'll just hand over to the Acting General Manager of Finance to explain where that's going to come from.
Yes, through you, the Mayor. We have some ability that we will have some additional revenue in one of our finance sections, so that will cover off the extra $3,000.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually was thinking that it should come from the community grants round applications because we still do have some left. We didn't use half of that. So I actually think instead of using it there, I do believe the money should come from the grants side of things. Thank you. I think that just makes more sense because we're keeping the money in one pool.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter. So just a comment from acting CEO. Is that protocol or?
Yes, it is, Lady Mayor, and there was some discussion amongst officers that would be the appropriate budget allocation for it to be drawn from, particularly given in the first round of the community grants there was a small balance that was remaining unspent from the initial budget.
Thank you. So do we need to have a dot point for that one, or just to where it's coming from, or do we just is that just a operational?
Yeah, Chair, that'll be picked up through the operations.
Just through the operations. Thank you. So so it's been moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now I'll hand over to Councillor Hyde, who has another
When we discussed
recommendation.
this, another issue that came up is the discretionary funds traditionally were a very small pool of money which were useful for if a particular group wanted $100 for a morning tea for an event. It's now we get a lot of applicants, and I personally think that I would prefer more of those to go to the community grants round, because I think that's a more robust allocation and an assessment of the value.
Councillor Hyde,
Sorry,
if you could just move the motion first
I did
before
go off
you.
on a tangent. I'll just move it.
So what would you like to word the motion?
The motion that the discretionary fund have a limit of $500 per community group per year.
So now Councillor Hyde has moved that. I'm seeking a seconder. Councillor Deneen. So Councillor Hyde, the floor is yours.
I should have remembered that. Yes, so the discretionary fund was traditionally just for small amounts, and I feel we're getting a lot of people applying for $500 from the divisional councillor and $500 from the mayor and $1,000. And I would prefer those sorts of size applications to go to the community grants round, because it's a more rigorous assessment by the whole councillors, the whole councillor team. And so I would like to move the motion that that discretionary fund is limited to $500 per application.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually will not be voting for this because I purely believe that it's called a councillor's discretionary fund for that particular reason. If they come to me asking for $1,000 and I don't fit and I want to spread my money around more, then I won't give them $1,000. But if they've come to me and it's an out of round funding, it's nowhere near rounds, halfway between grant fundings, and they've got a function coming up that I think is really fantastic for our community. And if I want to give them $1,000 for that, if they've asked me for it, I would like to give them $1,000, because that's what it's called discretionary funding for. It's used at my discretion for my community.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Are there any other points to put forward? Councillor Deneen.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I do agree that this be reduced to the 500 purely because we only have a very small pool of discretionary funds, $3,000 for the year, and we do have wonderful things happen. We have great organisations that deliver fantastic projects. Most of them are really hardworking, they're quite financial and always happy to put a bit of extra money in, and they can get funding from their councillor and the mayor, and they are also able to request funding from other councillors. So I think the $500 limit would be a really sensible thing.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Councillor Potter.
So from what I understand, if a community group came to me asking for $1,000, you would say no, I can only give them $500, and that means they still cannot go to any other councillor and get another amount of $500 from another councillor for that same function or that same group. That is what I'm understanding, because that is definitely
Yeah, that's my understanding, because if they want to apply for more, we have 2 rounds where they can apply for up to $3,000. Yep. And for the community grants, it's a much more rigorous assessment. They have to provide their financials. They have to explain what it's for and the event. And it's much more, and then it's assessed by the council grant. So that's why I think the limit should be 500 for the discretionary, and if they want more than 500, they go to the community grants, which we have the rounds twice a year.
And hence, as the wording you said, Councillor Hyde, we have the rounds twice a year.
Yep.
And yet we have community groups that come to us throughout the year because they've got something on that they hadn't planned for, they've just come out of the blue, that they're surprised about, that they've just planned because something happened within their group. And I'm purely believe that this is what our discretionary funding is for. If they came to me and said, Danita, we really want to run this event and we're $1,000 short, can you please help us? If I think it's a good event, I will give them that. I would like to be able to give them that $1,000, or go to Councillor Deneen and say, Councillor Deneen, would you share this event with me? They've asked me for $1,000. Would you go in halves with me? And they can, and then to help them run their event, because a lot of these are small community organisations that don't have the funding or the capacity behind them to do these things. And and when there's something that's so worthwhile and close to your heart, it's real, and that's what discretionary funding is about. If they come to me and I think, well, actually I am running it, look, I think I want to spread my funds out. It's a great idea, great theme. I will give you $500 towards that. I will do that as well. That's what it's for. I actually can say, no, not 1,000, only 500 or 200. I have the ability to say that, and that's what I like about discretionary funding.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Little.
I'm in complete agreement with Councillor Potter. The most important word, I think, in the whole funding round is discretionary, which means that it is up to us to decide what we will and will not support within our local communities. As Councillor Potter said, most of the associations that come to us individually, not as a collective, are very low on funds, doing things tough. A situation has come up, a fundraising opportunity or a community that's giving event that's giving back to the wider community, and in the short term they need to be able to access some quick funding that will allow them to purchase what they need to run that event. So and I think that I am more than capable of deciding how much one of my community groups is going to receive from my discretionary funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Sandra, do you have an opinion on this that you would like to articulate?
I think that we get hammered, we get so many applicants for this. We just try to spread it out. I don't mind either way. I don't have a problem in reducing some of the requests just so that I can span it out over so many different events or groups, but it'd make it easier probably to if it did have a limit, it would make it easier, but I still just, it's my discretion of what I give to certain applications, so I don't mind either way.
So just for clarification, because it was said before that the councillors can give a limit of 500, but then that's the limit. Then if Councillor Height, for example, has given 500, then the mayor wouldn't give another 500 because that's its total limit. So there's 250 from. Mm-hmm. Is that the intention of the motion?
Yes.
Yes. So.
Thanks for clarifying that, Madam Mayor.
Yes, because it was said that, they could come to me as well, but that wouldn't be the case if you had already asked for 500 from the divisional councillor. So CEO, acting CEO Ray has she said that we're not following standing orders because we're meant to go one speaker, but I thought it was at the discretion of the chair to allow debate to get an appropriate outcome, but he's holding us to the letter of the law and saying that no councillor now you can only ask a question, but I will allow you to kind of give a little bit of a spiel in the background because in the interest of robust debate, okay, well, what we can do is suspend standing order so that we can debate this. So are we happy? Happy? So I'm caught now between a rock and a hard place because I'm not really sure which way to go with this, because I do believe that the intention of the discretionary fund was not so much as Councillor Potter has articulated, but about like an event. It was more about last minute things that were out of round, like if it was raining and there was a hall that they needed to book and it was a couple of $100. It was more about that than actually funding events. I think most of the community groups know that those 2 rounds are August and February. So I realise that what Councillor Potter has said is the $1,000 limit, and it's at your discretion. But we have a limit of $1,000. If it was at your discretion, it could be you could give the whole $3,000 or whatever amount. So yeah, so I'm actually favouring Councillor Height's her recommendation just on the grounds that I think the discretionary fund has lost a bit of direction in its intention. Was more of just picking up those rainy days or last minute things as opposed to actually funding an event. So I'm going to support Councillor Height in her recommendation. So I think because of the whole standing orders and protocols that we now can only move to Councillor Height to close with the closing remarks.
Happy to make closing remarks. I suppose with this, a couple of comments. I think it's been a good discussion, and I think that's one of the strengths of this council team. We can have robust discussion and have varying opinions. But as the Mayor has said, the idea of discretionary funding is not meant to be an event. If you're going to have an event, it's planned well ahead. If you need funding, you apply for the community grant. The whole council then assesses that and scrutinises your finances and makes a decision, which we have just done in those ones that we've allocated. And some asked for 3,000 and they only got 1,000 because we didn't think it was a good cause. And some got fully funded to buy new fridges and things. The discretionary fund should be just those last minute issues where they suddenly need $200 because it's raining and they need to hire a hall. So I think that's traditionally how the discretionary fund has been. Because it's a very easy application, I feel too many groups are getting into the habit of just applying for the discretionary fund because it's quick and easy, whereas to apply for the community grant is a more robust application and we can make a more informed decision on whether we allocate funds. So that's why I'm in favour it should be $500, because if it's a limit of $1,000, we only get $3,000. In Division 6, I've got 7 communities and seven towns and villages. There's no way I can allocate that across all the groups. I mean, I've nearly run out of my money anyway already, and it certainly won't last the financial year. So I just think we should be putting it back to how it was designed, which was that discretion of a couple of $100. And if you're running an event, you do a proper plan and you apply for the community grant and you can apply up to $3,000 if that's what you would like. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's been moved by Councillor Height and seconded by Councillor Dineen. So are we ready to put it to the vote? Okay. Acting General Manager.
Just through
Kerry.
you, Madam Mayor, just to let everyone know that we'll have to, over the next month, have a look at the policy so we can align some of these changes if they get resolved here with the policy and make any other of those other amendments you want. So then that way they're aligned.
Thank you, because I think the policy does need a complete review because we don't have portfolios anymore, I was able to make a decision on the First Nations budget allocation, which should probably not have happened because it should have gone to the whole grants team. So we need to review that policy. So are we ready to vote? We'll put it to the vote. So the motion is that the councillor discretionary fund that the discretionary fund have a limit of $500 per community group per year. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? The motion has been defeated. The motion has been carried. Sorry, 4 votes to 2. Sorry. Carried 4 votes to 2. So we've got Councillor Deneen, Sando, Height and Duff, and against Councillor Little and Councillor Potter. Thank you for the robust debate. So moving on to the next item, which is, I'll ask Councillor Sander to leave the room. It's item 12.6, contractual arrangements entered into over $200,000, ex-GST on page 203. The officer's recommendation is, you might have to scroll up because I don't seem to have that page. The officer's recommendation is that the report be received for information. So it's the contractual arrangements entered into over $200,000 ex-GST. I might ask Acting Finance General Manager Kerry to explain this particular information.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Council a little while ago asked for a report each quarter on any contracts that have been entered into over $200,000, just so that all councillors were aware as to what had been awarded for what over the period. So this report here is looking at any contracts over $200,000 that have been entered into over the last 12 months. So it's just for council's information.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Height.
I'd just like to highlight probably to the community on page 206, the Electoral Commission of Queensland. Whilst the Electoral Commission make the decisions about local government elections, how long the early voting should be, how many places are open to vote, and then the cost is actually brought back to the ratepayers. And it's one of those things, we don't have any say, but we have to pay the bottom line. And sometimes that's a little frustrating because, there's a bit of discussion on whether it could be made cheaper or whether we could make it all postal vote and we would save nearly 200,000. And that's obviously not our discussion. The Electoral Commission makes the decision, but we pay for it. And the other just one I wanted to just highlight, so they're not questioning them, it's just highlighting them, is that we spend $500,000 on the RSPCA managing the pound. Sometimes people get very frustrated about things like animal registration costs, but we have to remember that these animal management costs are shared by all ratepayers, whether you have a dog or whether you don't. And yet managing dogs, and well, mainly dogs, in our region does cost all ratepayers quite a lot of money. So that's why we have dog registration fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Any other questions or comments? So we haven't got someone to move this, that the report be received for information. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Hyde. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So we might ask Councillor Sander to come back in. So the next item is item 12.7. So I'd like to move a procedural motion that we lift item 12.7, which is the in-kind support for the Kingaroy Christmas Carnival 2024 from the table. And seconded by Councillor Potter. So I moved that and Councillor Potter seconded that. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the discussion now is on item 12.7. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council approve the requested in-kind assistance to the 2024 Kingaroy Christmas Carnival, subject to available resources, including assistance with the TMP to be prepared after community engagement with the surrounding and affected businesses. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Councillor Height.
I'm supportive of this, but I just want everyone to be aware that it does become tricky. We have a lot of towns and villages, and the equity issue becomes a bit of a thing, because if we spend a lot of money on this one in particular, is Kingaroy Christmas Carnival, how much do we allocate to all the others? So it is a challenge. We want to support these community groups. We love the fact they do Christmas carnivals, but we do have to be aware that this is costing ratepayers, and how do we work out what's equitable for each town and village in our region?
Thank you, Councillor Hoyt. Any other? Councillor Sander?
I just want to point out for everyone as well that most of the stuff, or all of the stuff that's in here, is all in-kind stuff. So, but at the end of the day, it does come at a cost. It does come at a cost, and but we're like agreeing with Ros that we need to try and spread it out across the region so everyone is in the same boat.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Any other comments, discussion? Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, the Kingaroy Christmas Carnival is a great organisation, and they roll up every single year, and dare I say, rain, hail or shine, because normally that's the start of the wet season, is that Christmas Carnival itself. But no, these amazing volunteers give their time, they give their energy to something like this, and I don't have an issue at all helping out the Kingaroy Christmas Carnival with in-kind, as would if any other Christmas Carnival coming forward needed any of this other in-kind as well. I would not have an issue in giving it to them.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other comments? Oh. Councillor Erkins is now online. Can you hear us, Councillor Erkins?
Yes, I can, Madam Mayor.
So did you have any comments on this particular item?
No, I came in late, but I've just had a look. I'm supportive. I'm probably agree with what Councillor Height said. There are a lot of people looking for assistance from council, which means ratepayers. And while we appreciate and acknowledge the hard work done by these community organisations, I do think it's something that we probably need to get on top of and probably set some more rules and regulations about how we can make it equitable across the region.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. I always, my philosophy is that with where we can, there's an expectation that council supports, as Councillor Sanders said, the in-kind, the more of the bins and traffic control and chairs and things like that, as opposed to giving them just cents and dollars, because I think that that's always the expectation of the communities, that council will step up with that in-kind support. So yes, I'm very much in favour of supporting this particular recommendation. So does anyone else have any more comments? Are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 12.9 on page 315. This one is the reduction in permit application fee to keep excess domestic animals. The officer's recommendation is that the domestic animal permit application fee to keep excess domestic animals be reduced in the 24-25 financial year fees and charges from the existing fee of $190 down to $50. Could I have someone to move that? Councillor Potter. Someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Discussion? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, just for community noting that we've had a pretty good discussion on this as to the reason why we brought it down. We brought it down for the reason is we want the community to come forward and actually put their applications in, because we can't help you with any dog complaints and dog issues unless those dogs are registered properly. So we need them all registered properly, and we're hoping this will actually help our community come forward.
Thank you. And this one in the report, I'm pleased that it's noted that to this end, and in light of the council's desire to reduce red tape, council has sought a substantial reduction, almost 75% in this fee down to $50 for a domestic animal permit. And the idea of that was to also to not have such a robust system in place to actually identify those areas. We were just going to experiment with removing some of the work for the staff through that process and see how it hopefully rolls out. Councillor Potter, did you have something else to say? No. Any other discussion? We're ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. We're moving on to item 12.10. That is on page 317. So the officer's recommendation, this is a planning report. The council approved the request to extend the currency period pursuant to S87 of the Planning Act 2016 by one additional year from 25th of September 2024 until the 25th of September 2025. Refer to section 85, lapsing of approval at end of currency period of the Planning Act 2016. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Potter. Discussions? Councillor Height.
Whilst I'm in favour of this, I do think with some of these planning applications, they just keep coming back and back to council and we keep extending them. Should we be making a decision that, yes, we'll extend for 12 months, but there will be no further extensions after that? Because I just think it's a lot of time for our planning staff when it keeps coming back.
Could I ask Manager Leo to come forward and respond to that question or that comment? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor Hyde, it just depends on the circumstances of the application. So for this particular matter, we certainly support that extension given the issues that are being negotiated at the present time to keep that application live or alive for a further 12 months. There are other applications where I've seen in other councils where council may make a decision to extend it for a period of time and then that's it. But really, each application sort of needs to be assessed on its merits at the particular point in time.
Thank you. Thank you, Manager Leo. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, look, I'm very supportive of this. We know the issues that they're having, and I think the more we can help this go forward is actually going to be better for our community, because this will bring housing, this will bring blocks that are vacant blocks to our area that people can purchase and buy, so which just brings more to our area.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other discussion? Are we ready to vote? Put it to the... sorry, I did just look at... Councillor Erkins, did you want to speak on this motion?
Yeah, I'd just like to say I'm also supportive. I mean, there are different circumstances that come up at times, and I think if we were to put a limit on it and only extend once, I think it would really it would discourage people from putting in applications if they knew that if they couldn't get it through in that time, they then had to reapply more fees. You know, I just don't think that that's a way to encourage. So I'm supporting the motion.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Erkins. Are we ready to vote? All those in favour? Against?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. So we're moving on to item 12.11 on page 328. This is another planning proposal. The officer's recommendation is that Council, 1, adopts the major amendment to the South Burnett Regional Planning Scheme 2017 Major Amendment Number 1 in accordance with Section 22.1 of the Minister's Guidelines and Rules. Number 2 sets Monday, the 28th of October 2024 as the commencement date for the major amendment to the South Burnett Regional Council Regional Planning Scheme 2017 Major Amendment Number 1. And number 3 authorises the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to complete all necessary steps to give effect to the major amendment to the South Burnett Regional Planning Scheme 2017 Major Amendment Number 1. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? So I think this has taken quite a long time to get to this particular point. So it's probably, we've talked about this for nearly 12 months at least, I'd say. So it's it's very good that we finally got to this point that we can move forward. And I know that Councillor Erkins has got she wants to speak, because I knew that you would want to, because you will want to talk about the Nengo subdivision. So I'll hand over to Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Yeah, as you say, Kathy, it has taken a long time to get to this point, and I am disappointed that we were not able to get in there looking at the subdivision, allowing people with the 5 acre blocks to be able to subdivide those blocks into at least 2. So I'm looking forward and hoping that it is recorded that is the next step that we go on to look at bringing that, and how we can do that to bring it into the next amendment on the town plan.
Thank you, Councillor. Because I just ask the acting CEO if we need to have a dot point to move that forward, or do we? Because this is something that we want to actually move forward as the next proposal for an amendment to our planning scheme.
It could be a subsequent motion, Lady Chair, for the council to consider. Lady Mayor, my apologies, for the council to consider. The motion need to be along the lines, and the acting manager can assist, but along the lines that that council document for future consideration the proposal for the planning scheme to allow further subdivision of 5. What were they? 5 acre lots.
Madam Mayor, Acting CEO.
Yes, 5 acre lots.
My understanding is already a motion, I think, on the books regarding this matter. So we we did make application through the Housing Supply Fund to investigate that. So I understand that there's already something on the.
Okay, so that's good. Good. So, Councillor Erkins, are you happy that we've already got that in train?
Yep, I just wanted to make sure that it didn't get overlooked.
No, I knew you would be right all over it. So thank you. So we'll go back to the original officer's recommendation. Are we ready to vote? Any more discussion? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 12.12, list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report on page 367. The officer's recommendation is that the list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report as of the 30th of September 2024 be received and noted. Someone to move that. Councillor Potter, someone to second that. Councillor Height. Any discussion? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to point out that there are some amazing things that are going on and starting to happen throughout the South Burnett. So if people really want to see what's going on, they just need to actually read this report and they can see what's going to happen in the different areas around them. So I'm actually quite excited about, in the operational works section on page 369, I'm very excited about the bulk earthworks at 95 Markwell Street in Kingaroy, which will bring over 100 more one-bedroom units for people over 55.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any further comments, discussion, questions? If not, I'll put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is on page 370, 12.13, and that one is the Delegated Authority reports. The officer's recommendation is that the Delegated Authority report for the month of September 2024 be received and noted. Someone to move that. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion around the Delegated Authority report? If not, we'll put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 13.1 on page 372. Future Drought Fund Resilient Landscape Program. The office's recommendation is that council apply for funding under the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry Future Drought Fund Resilience Landscape Program. Someone to move that? Councillor Sander. Someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? I might hand over to Manager James okay. So are there any questions around this particular one? So did you, just while we're, Councillor Sander.
I think it's all in the report there, Mayor. Everything's written in there, what's eligible over the 6 years. And so everything's in there on the report for any information.
Yeah, so just for the benefit of the listeners, the focus and objectives of the grant program is to demonstrate how the implementation and scaling of practices, technologies or approaches that manage natural resources on farm build drought and climate resilience through improving landscape function and ecosystem services. Projects must aim for delivering public good by primarily building drought resilience as well as contributing to broader climate resilience across the Future Droughts Fund's 3 strategic objectives: economic, environmental and social resilience. And so I'll just hand over to Manager Leanne to explain what the potential projects would be.
Good morning. Thank you, councillors. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the project that we would be looking at is very much focused around pest management, weed control, looking at designing a project to assist landholders and the community to address weed spread and weed seed spread during drought periods and after drought, and building up people's awareness and knowledge during those periods when there's a lot of feed and grain moving into our region, and the potential for new weeds to actually spread into our area. So just improving people's knowledge and skills and ability to address those issues during drought periods, and also improve our landscape for the future. So it's a 6-year program, and we would be designing a project that would work over those 6 years. It certainly needs to be a project in partnership with other stakeholders. So we're very keen to work with some of the other community organisations, so South Burnett Grazing Network Group, BIEDO, BMRG, and a few of those groups would be great partners to have with this project. So if Council endorses this project, we would have those conversations with those groups and see if they're interested in being part of the grant submission.
Thank you, Manager Leanne. Yeah, I'm really keen to see this happen because agriculture is our core business in our region, and it's great to see us reaching out to put out some funding applications to support our farmers. So any other discussion? Ready to vote? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 13.2, request for funding for grave shoring at cemeteries on page 375. The office's recommendation is that council allocate an additional $19,000 to the Parks and Gardens 2024-25 capital budget for the purchase of one grave shoring system. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Height. Any discussion? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 13.3, request for funding for upgrades to Cumbia Memorial Hall on page 378. The officer's recommendation is that council supports the Cumbia District Memorial School of Arts Incorporated to continue to investigate and submit other grant opportunities to upgrade the Cumbia Hall stumps. Someone to move that? Councillor Height. Someone to second that? Councillor Little. Discussion. Councillor Height.
Yes, firstly I'd like to congratulate the Cumbia Hall through their buyer stump appeal. It says here 60,000. I think they're well over 88,000 at this stage, so they've done a great job in raising that, and I know they've put a lot of applications into different organisations, so certainly happy to support them continue to submit grant applications to upgrade those stumps. Cumbia Hall is over 100 years old. It probably does need new bathrooms, new stumps, new lots of things, and I commend the committee there. They've managed that hall for 100 years, and happy to support them in trying to get applications. Because Cumbria is in the area where there's quite a few emerging and current wind farms, there is plenty of opportunities to apply for funding there. So certainly supportive of helping them get funding to upgrade the Cumbria Hall.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Any other discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 13.4 on page 382. And that one is the Home Creek Loop Road Bridge. The officer's recommendation is that Council defer the bridge replacement under the Australian Government Bridge Renewal Program due to industry cost escalation and seek increased funding from eligible programs in the future. Someone to move that. Councillor Hyde. Someone to second that. Councillor Sander. Discussion. Councillor Hyde.
Sorry, I feel like I'm doing talking today. It is a struggle with that road because it is a loop road. It's very small. It's been shut for some years. Even though the 500,000 was coming from the government, that's still us taxpayers' money, and 176,000 from council is our ratepayers' money. Doing up a bridge that it's been shut for about 5 years and really minorly inconvenienced very few people. So I struggle to justify that amount of money being spent. Yeah, so I'm happy to be supportive of this motion.
Any other discussion? Acting CEO.
Oh, just looking at the recommendation there, Lady Mayor, if we could actually, Helen, identify the bridge, Home Creek Loop Road Bridge, in the recommendation, in the motion.
That's a very good pick-up because it could be any bridge in the whole of the South Burnett. Thank you. Are you happy with that addition, Councillor Hyde and Councillor Sander?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Any discussion around that now? Ready to put to the vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 13.5 on page 384, and that one is the Round 5 School Transport Infrastructure Program nominations. The officer's recommendation is that Council nominate the following projects for the Queensland Government School Transport Infrastructure Program with staged delivery over a number of financial years and in order of priority. Number 1, Benarkan State School car parking and bus set-down upgrade. Number 2, St John's Lutheran School, Kingaroy car parking reconfiguration and upgrade. Number 3, Proston State School bus set-down and footpath works. And number 4, Kingaroy State High School, Markwell Street, which is in brackets, Mant Street to First Avenue car parking. Someone to move that. Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Councillor Dineen.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would like to really commend the staff on their work with this because they've come up with some quite low cost considering and really workable outcomes, and I think that the schools that take benefit from this will be greatly appreciating it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dineen. Any other comments? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So, Councillor Dineen, I think you were going to move a motion about writing to the Queensland Government to request that this funding be continued.
I would like to move a motion that we write to the Queensland Government, whoever that may be, in a week and a half, to say that this has been greatly beneficial to our region and we would appreciate them continuing it. So.
Thank you, Councillor Dineen. Someone to second that? Councillor Little. Any further discussion? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now, item 13.6 is the next one on page 393. This one is the Regional Roads and Transport Group funding nominations. So the officer's recommendation is that Council nominate the following roads to the Regional Roads and Transport Group for the 28-29 Transport Infrastructure Development Scheme, or better known as TIDS. Stewart Street, Cumbria, Somerset Street, Kingaroy, and Alfred Street East, Kingaroy. So we've got Manager James in the room. So are those in order of priority, or are they just, we're putting forward those 3 projects?
Thanks for the question, Madam Mayor. The projects nominated are not in order of priority. It is around the scheme being able to nominate those 3 under a financial threshold, and those 3 are what is recommended to council for submission.
Thank you. So someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Height. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 13.7 on page 398. And this one is the Toorong West Wind Farm roads. The officer's recommendation is that council formally seek to engage with RES and Stanwell in relation to possible transport routes for the Toorong West Wind Farm, and requests that community feedback is also sought on preferred options. Someone to move that? Councillor Height. Someone to second that? Councillor Little. Any discussion? I might hand over to General Manager Meehan, or Councillor Sanders, sorry. You've got your light on.
Just for the people watching online and that, and for information, we don't have a say. The council doesn't have a say in this on the project going ahead, but what we can do is we can have a say in which routes they take to get there, to minimise any damage to the roads and that come back on us at a later date. So as this looks like, people might attack us and say that we're supporting projects like this, but we're just trying to minimise the impact to the ratepayers over the duration of the project.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders, for that clarification, because it is important for the community to know that with the wind farms that it does not come to council. The only thing that we can do is negotiate an infrastructure agreement, and that is only if the wind farm is in our region. Not like the Wombo one, which is outside our region. Even though we were impacted, we were not able to negotiate an infrastructure agreement, but we are, in all councils across Queensland and beyond, are negotiating and protesting to change that. So hopefully into the future, with the pressure we're putting on government, that can be changed. So I might just hand over to General Manager Meehan or Manager James to just talk through the potential roads and your thoughts around that.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So what we'd be seeking here is that council would formally engage with RES and Stanwell to seek to determine some preferred options for the routes. There's a number of roads that would be impacted in our area, particularly with the transport of overmass, overdimension components there, and not limited to the roads that are there, but also the major one that would be an impact for us would be the transport of materials within our region. So our preference would be that we would formally write to them to seek engagement, and then obviously we would seek some sort of mechanism to engage with the community for feedback on those routes, as the council has said before, to minimise the impact on the ratepayer.
Thank you, General Manager Meehan. Any other comments, discussion? Are we ready to put to the vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So we have no questions on notice, and we have the nil information section. So we close the meeting and move to confidential. So I've got Councillor Potter has moved that we close the we're moving. Councillor Potter is moving that we adjourn this meeting and moving into committee. Confidential. Someone to second that? Councillor Height. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you everyone who's participated in this meeting, and welcome back, Councillor Erkins. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'd like someone to move that council moves out of closed council into open council. Thank you, Councillor Height. Seconded by Councillor Potter. All those in favour, against, carried. The first item in the confidential section was item 16.1. That's the Eureka Dark Fibre Project Funding Program update. The procedural motion we need is I'll move that the matter be lifted from the table. Someone to second that, Councillor Height. All those in favour, against, carried. The recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council notes 1, the approval of funding under Regional Economic Futures Fund for the Eureka Dark Fibre Project. Number 2, this Milestone 1 update report. And number 3, notes the grant contribution of $6,800,000 for the roads infrastructure first quarter adjustment to the 2024-25 OPEX budget. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter. Someone to second that? Councillor Dineen. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. Thank you. The second item is number 16.2 on page 6 of the confidential agenda, and it's the Gordon Brook Dam off-stream storage construction. The procedural motion that the matter be lifted from the table. I'll move that. Someone to second. Councillor Height. All those in favour, against, carried. Thank you. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council, in line with requirements of the approved funding agreement under Regional Economic Futures Fund, 1, confirms it is committed to deliver the construction of the Gordon Brook Dam off-stream storage and ancillary works. 2, acknowledges responsibility for any funding shortfall if costs or other contributors change. 3, notes the grant contribution of $7,084,590 for the water and wastewater first quarter adjustment to the 24-25 CapEx budget. And 4, commits to resourcing the project committee and delivery team as required for Milestone 1. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter. Someone to second that? Councillor Dineen. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. Item 16.3, Councillor Height, you have to leave the room. This is on page 8. So this is item 16.3. So that the officer's recommendation is that council delegate to the chief executive officer to negotiate infrastructure agreements to manage and mitigate road impacts on council's road network as a result of the construction of the Wombo wind farm. And number 2, council communicate with local residents the reasons for route selections where appropriate. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. Thank you. Get Councillor Height back in. So the next item is 16.4 on page 11 of the confidential agenda, and it is application for concession. And the officer's recommendation is that we approve an ongoing rate remission for assessment 13162/00000-013 under the service and other clubs category as they meet the criteria of the policy. Someone to move that? As they meet the criteria of the rate remission policy. Someone to move that? Councillor Height. Someone to second that? Councillor Potter. Any other discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. Thank you. Now we're moving. Are you okay, Helen? So now we're moving on to application for concession item 16.4 on page. I think I've missed that one. Item 16.5, sorry. Page 15. So this one here is the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council request the... Do I read all that or will I just... as listed. That's the officer's recommendation. South Bennett Regional Council move the following 9 dot points as listed. So someone to move that. Councillor Little. Someone to second that. Councillor Sander. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. Thank you. The next item is 16.6 on page 19. And this one is the CUC South Burnett and Sherburgh Limited board members. The officer's recommendation is that the following nominations submitted be accepted as founding board directors of CUC South Burnett and Sherburgh Limited. Bruce Simpson, Eric Law, Danita Potter, Mark Pitt, Kerry O'Brien, Mark Freeman, Gay Binns, Duncan Taylor, and Sharon Sipple. And the 4 alternate directors for the board are Margie Hams, Wendy Thorsburn, Jill Ann Wheeler, and David Thompson. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter. Someone to second that? Someone to move that? Councillor Little. Someone to second that? Councillor Erkins. Any discussion? Councillor Deneen.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would like it noted that I didn't agree with some of the process in this. However, I am delighted that we're putting this application in, and I look forward to having a CUC in our region.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Any other questions, comments? We're ready to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Oh, sorry. We've got, councillors, we've got, it's, Councillor Sanders voted against it, so we've got 6 to 1. Okay, so we're moving on to item 16.7. And that's on page 22 of the confidential agenda. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council approve the following cash contributions for Christmas events throughout the region, and that is Cumbia and District Memorial School of Arts $1,000, Wandai APNI $1,500, Wandai Art Gallery $500, Proston Christmas Carols $1,000, Blackbutt Lions Club $1,500. And that funding be taken from the community grants funding allocation for the 24-25 year. So someone to move that? Councillor Little. Someone to second that? Councillor Height. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. And the last item is additional funds required to re-roof Badooma Homestead, item 16.8 on page 24. So the officer's recommendation is that we allocate, that in relation to the re-roofing of Badooma Homestead, Council allocate $12,000 of funding from Council's building assets restricted cash to allow a new roof, including new flashings and rainwater goods, to be installed. Someone to move that? Councillor Height. Someone to second that? Councillor Little. Councillor Height.
I would just like to acknowledge and thank the Boondooma Homestead, who are all volunteers out there and work very hard, and that they have donated $10,000 towards this project.
Thank you. Yes, that's very important to acknowledge the contribution of our volunteers. So it's been moved and seconded, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you, everybody, and I'll declare the meeting closed. And thank you, everyone, for your participation and robust discussion.